So once again, welcome everybody to Hyd Art 2025. It's a beautiful Sunday morning right here in Hyderabad. And the only way that we could spend an amazing Sunday is by spending with art and artists. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. So walk across, interact with all the artists. The galleries are open. In fact, if you walk across to any of the gallery and you see an empty wall, that's an indication some art piece has been picked up by somebody in Hyderabad. So the art piece might have found its address, and that's the only reason why some wall will be vacant. So again, welcome everybody. This is going to be interesting. In a little while from now, we will start some panel discussions. We'll also try and understand how to assess a piece of art. That's something that many newbies into this field would like to know more about. And we also have some very interesting talks scheduled for the post-lunch session. So now that you're here, I don't think you should be in a hurry, because each piece of art surely deserves a lot of your time. So walk across, soak it all in, talk to all the artists, because that is exactly why we came up with Hyd Art 2025, happening right here at Eon, presented by Navnavi. Thank you. Music. how materials, traditional forms, they can all coexist in the contemporary spaces. And more importantly, we are so happy about the fact that for a stage like Hyd Art 2025, we could find somebody from Hyderabad to come and do this talk for us. Shrithej gave a word of caution to me saying that, hey Harish, you can go and announce that I'm based out of Hyderabad. Hyderabad is home, but 80% of the time he is actually traveling. He travels to place where art and artists thrive. So he keeps traveling. So ladies and gentlemen, one final call. Come closer to the stage for the next very eventful, interesting, interactive conversation that we're going to be happening here. And please put your hands together as I invite on stage the co-founder of Studio Samayam, A. Shrithej. Put your hands together, everybody, please. That's the signature of an artist. They will make you wait and they'll make sure it is absolutely worth it. There you go. All yours, bud.
Yeah? This is good? Firstly, thank you for being here on a Sunday evening. I think you could have been in many different places, but I think now you're going to be here to listen to me for an hour. So thank you for that. And it's a little interactive, so feel free to add and feel free to join whenever there's an opportunity. So, humans evolved centuries ago when we walked naked on the planet, curious and wandering. Pick one. Thinking first in images and later in sounds. We were fearless beings, unburdened by constraints such as time and dates. The sun set, the sun rose, and life continued. It was only when we realized we were not alone that caution entered our existence. Survival became tied to this insignificant number of rebirths that nature allowed us through changing situations and conditions. We belonged to the entire planet. Of course, we didn't know where we were. We were just here, there, somewhere. In complete closeness with nature, yet alert, defensive, and protective. This was not the age of thriving, but the age of survival, of simply being alive. Pick an object, pass it on, let people see, explore, play with it, think about it, what it is, do your thing. Over time, we observed animals, birds, and insects moved in groups. So did the Homo sapiens. We began to recognize our fellow conscious beings. This marked the beginning of thriving. The discovery of fire, as we know, stands as one of humanity's earliest achievements. A cave of 4 grew into a tribe of 20, into a community of 100. From tools, weapons, and clothing, we moved towards collective living when originated craft. And we began to understand the soil and grow our own food. Agriculture was born. Often considered As one of the first unnatural practices, agriculture brought humans to the age of abundance. Pick one. Well, agriculture brought humans to the age of abundance, while quietly beginning the depletion of nature. This was the age of community, the true age of thriving. From lands dense with forests and freedom, we began creating concepts. Concepts are beliefs formed, reinforced, and propagated by individuals, groups, or authorities considered necessary for a society. Still, in acceptance, it allowed connections to trade, exchange, learn, participate, and so-called settle in global lands. This has brought to what we are today, what we own, and what we believe in. Today, we shall embark on a small journey that invites us to reflect. These concepts like time, money, calendars, patriarchy, and religion, these may not exist in nature, yet today they feel so real to most of us. These concepts, when propagated and accepted, create something that we are in, a system. With growing curiosity, imagination, and free will, we created language, understood materials, invented, explored, and expanded. We moved, conquered, and carried our concepts and belief across lands. One such movement that changed the course of a thriving country like India was colonization. Some may argue that it shaped the lifestyle we live in today, but it often overlooks the loss of a culturally rich and sustainable way of living. So in acceptance, today we'll embark on a small journey that invites us to reflect, directly or indirectly, on a concept or perhaps an absence of one that shaped who we are today. And in doing so, we explore the value of reconnecting back to ourselves, because we, more than individuals, are a part, parcel, and a result of human race. Hello everyone, this is Shri. Let's go on a small journey to reflect upon what we spoke. So today we are in the age of industrialization, right? Whatever we are seeing today is the result of that. And this is a post-colonial world which put us through a lot of trade, lot of exchange in material, something tangible, but also exchange in concepts and beliefs that were intangible, right? The main thing around industrialization that we can pick is makers are not choosers. People who are making this building cannot be in this building. Mechanics who are building cars cannot own the cars. Isn't it an irony? But we were not in such land. What are we doing today that we make or do for ourselves in a tangible form and not spiritual, right? So to begin this journey, I would like you guys to think of an object at your home. Think of any everyday object. Think about it, where it is, what it is. Just keep it with you. We'll get back to it. So one thing that let's agree upon is our privilege of being here, where we could have been in many different places, doing many different things in such a big country. People are doing so many things, fighting, trying to survive, fighting for food, many, many things. But we are here today because it gives us this opportunity. And this is because of privilege that our parents, grandparents, or some ancestors did. In an umbrella, It's our human race. Events that happened, situations that took place, which changed the course of time. But often we speak of embracing this privilege, but how do we acknowledge this? Where does the acknowledgement come from? It comes from the choices we make. So often we are defined by the objects we own at home. How are we shaping a home? What are we putting into it? What do we own? And why do we own? We are in this age of not a utilitarian society. If it was utilitarian, we wouldn't have so many colors or patterns or different sized houses or bungalows. So we are moving from an age of utility to an age of choice. And this choice comes from privilege. So this is a small journey that we'll take to acknowledge this privilege. Because it's time. I would like you guys to think about those objects that you chose. And if we can have a mic floating around in the audience, that would be super cool, yeah? Where is Harish? Yeah, can we have a mic in the audience? Yeah. So if someone likes to share about the object they chose and how they connect to it, please feel free to share.
Check. I have somebody put a hand. I mean, can we see what is it that you chose?
No, he's choosing an object from his home.
From his home, right.
A mixer.
Okay. And go on.
A mixer which grinds stuff, food stuff, makes the powder or chutney, whatever it is. The moment you asked me to choose something, I come across this, the world pattern of making the dough smooth, and slowly it has changed its shape to mixer. So I connected to mixer, yeah. That is my object. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass it on. If you guys are not speaking, that means there are no objects at your home.
Objects from my home. A lot of artworks I see. And the one which I chose here is the fish.
Not here, from your home.
It has to be the same object? Similar to that? Anything? Okay.
Just pick an object from your home. Any object.
A vintage camera that I have. Instant camera.
And how do you think you connect to it?
Well, it's nostalgic, one. Second, I can't use it anymore. It's Polaroid.
But still you connect to it.
Yeah, we can.
That's super beautiful.
Yeah.
Pass it on.
Check.
I connect with my watch. It's not the one that I'm using every day. It's a watch that was gifted. I was using it since 5 years, and now it just stays in one place. So I'm thinking of my watch.
Cool.
Check. And then we have Shankar sir, if I'm not wrong.
Hi, this is Srinivas Suryanarayan. I'm a singer from Hyderabad and a retired insurance professional. So the object that I'm connecting to is my favorite place in my house, the easy chair gifted to me by my mother-in-law. It's very, very comfortable, and it is my escape from from all the pressures of daily life. It's a very comfortable blue chair that I retire to every night. Thank you.
That's super beautiful.
Fabulous. So beautiful, right? And Annapurna also has another object to talk about. Yeah.
now recollecting of my garita, which I cook, and my favorite painting of my dad.
Thank you.
Nice. Time for one more, or we have time for one more? Another person who wants to talk about. Right, there you go.
Hi, this is Ravleen. I connect to my speakers because every day I come back and I play loud music on it and dance. So my speakers or any kind of speakers I have, so I have 2, 3, and I think of them when you kind of ask me.
Thank you. So,
Srigar, I'll just quickly add one object that I relate to.
Yes,
right,
please.
the musical instrument that I have at my place. It could be the kanjira or whatever. So whenever I am irritated, I can always go and vent it on it. It never complains. It plays along with me. So that's what I connect to. Oh yeah, and ma'am wants to add. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nalini. Hi, I'm Nalini. The one object that I connect to every day is my pencil sharpener. Because I'm a kind of an artist too, but I need it for all the media that I use. So my pencil sharpener is what I connect to.
That's such a simple object, but a very cool one. So when I asked you to choose an object, we started with a mixer, but when we started about the object that we connect to, we started thinking of a memory or some emotion. But what essentially we are speaking about is a story, right? If I want to know something from you about something or around something, the easiest way you can tell me or anyone is to tell a story about it, right? Like you shared a memory, which is a story. You shared like a nostalgic experience, which is a story. You shared about a camera, which is like a memory, right? Because it's time. It's time for stories. It's time for history. It's time to provoke thought. It's time for deeper connections and connecting to everyday objects. Out of so many objects that you have at home, these objects that you chose were so specific, something so specific about them because of a story. Unlike connecting it to a table fan or a plate or a glass, which usually come from an industrial process, you took a step to think about how emotionally you're connecting to it. What is the story behind it, or what is the narrative behind it, right? It makes it more than utilitarian. A person among us has connected it to a camera, which doesn't work anymore, he can't use it anymore, but share the emotion with it. So this concept of money and this concept of asset that we have is what we are connecting to utilitarian value. But what we are from innate, what we have from inside, is the emotional value towards objects. So we'll see some stories by connecting back to our roots, where we have come from, or why we are here, how we are here, and why are things going the way they are going. So one small thing that we can connect to is, any guesses? Craft, right? So we all agree that that was where India was at a point of time, where craft was thriving. So I would like to have the mic again in the audience to share, what do you think is craft? What do you know about it, or what do you think? How do you define craft? Harish, Mike.
So the question, what's the question once again for everybody?
I would like to ask, what do you think is craft?
What do you think is craft? And what is your name? Ritik.
Art is a paper which is folded, and in the end it's become an whole thing.
Right. Yeah, sir. Good one.
So as per me, I feel craft is nothing but our ancient Indians have taken reference from their nature, inspired from their nature, taken effort from taking the motives from nature and made a craft out of it can be out of their opinion about what they feel about nature, or else like for their utility also some of the craft they made, like for example bamboo basket or some like it. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this is a tough question. I'm pretty sure we'll have lesser people to answer, but yeah, yes, sir.
But I'm sure everyone has a thought to share.
Yeah, I think craft is a thought or an idea that you translate into a form which can be, seen, touch, felt. So that's what I think.
Okay, I'm also happy about the fact that nobody is scrolling on their phones trying to find an answer, so that's okay.
Craft is something you come up with a skilled idea or a theme where it is suitable either for your daily course or for the society, for the well-being. Craft is something which is a skilled thing for utility, which serve emotion, which serve financial management, which serve many platforms one way or the other. So craft is an universal thing which is already imbibed in every individual as a skilled part.
Very interesting, very interesting. Craft and skill seems to be a strong connection.
Hi, my name is Pushkala. I feel craft is a timeless heritage, something that we show the world of who we are or how we see a particular thing.
Interesting. Okay, Mr. Shankar Narayan has an answer to share.
I think craft is the ability to turn anything, any material, either an everyday material, something of everyday use like paper or wood or whatever, or cloth, to turn it into something else which could have either utility value or just artistic appeal.
Fair enough. Okay, okay. I'll go there and then I'll come back here. Right, we have a classic student coming from Solapur who has an answer.
Craft is a thing which shows your past, your energy, and whatever you do that's past, it is shown into your drawing, it's shown into your craft. Thank you.
Nice, interesting. That was right. Okay, and we have right. Go for it.
Yeah, hi. I resonated with the last two answers. I feel like craft is anything which you can turn into anything artistic or useful or non-useful, but it should have your soul in it. So anything ranging from twigs, wood, stems, whatever, to bigger things like weaving baskets, etc.
Could I add? I always look at craft as a discipline. So it could be one discipline and then you could have multiple disciplines coming together. So my interpretation of what is craft, the answer is craft is a discipline. Right. Any more responses? Right. One more coming there. Haji.
Hi. I think craft is something very physical, because in this digital era, I think everybody sits in front of the computer doing something, but anything you do it with your hands, with your fingers, with your mouth, with anything related, even if it's music, it's art, it's craft. You own it. Thank you.
Interesting. Any more responses coming our way?
So we all have, we are speaking about objects, material, handling, something that we own, right? Something that speaks about our heritage, something that tells us a story, something that has a utilitarian value, something that is physical, right? All of us have some or the other kind of craft that India had that we have as an artifact at home, right? Or a sari, right, like an ikat sari, or a terracotta pot, right? So usually craft is identified as a commodity that has a utilitarian value, that today when we travel and go to other states, we try to see what craft that the state have, right? Because we perceive it as beauty of that land, right? Right? Some people are making musical instruments out of gourds, right? Some people are making different types of saris. This is from Nilgiris, it's an embroidery, right? This is a block print. So there we have different things, and we usually approach it with a value of aesthetic, right? That we can take back as a souvenir, let's be honest, right? It's not something that we go and buy a beautiful terracotta pot with really beautiful, intricate design that we get back home and we start cooking in it, right? We are thinking of putting it somewhere so that it gets an appeal. And when people come over, we speak about it, right? But I think this talk is a small attempt from my side to shift the idea of craft from a commodity to a lifestyle, right? Craft is a lifestyle, and craft is a system. Craft is a lifestyle, and craft is a system. Let's try to understand this. Before industrialization and before the wars, in India especially, I'm saying India because it's easy for us to connect to, craft was the only way of life, right? Now imagine a village. Again, village is again a colonial term because villages were the only thing before wars or before kingdoms, right? So imagine a village where there's a potter, there's a person who makes textile, there's a person who turns wood, there's a person who makes cloth, right? And there is a system going on between them. There's an exchange going on between them. And their needs are fulfilled by this exchange, by exchanging this craft. So that's how the village sustained. Why do we think craft is sustainable? Usually we think craft is sustainable because it's made from mud, right? Or it's made from grass, or we associate it with a very material approach, right? But to be honest, terracotta as a material doesn't decompose once fired. From Indus Valley civilization, the terracotta pieces have been under the soil, but they have not decomposed. So if you think terracotta is sustainable as a material, rethink about it, right? It is sustainable because it maintains a circularity in a village. It maintains a circularity in a community. Different people in the community, different craftsmen in the community do different things, and there's an exchange between them where the whole thing sustains as one organism, right? Money came as a later thing because we wanted to take things from outside. We wanted to trade. But before that, the craft was the only way of life which maintained balance, right? Unlike today, like for example, bicycles, right? Bicycles in India from Decathlon, Atlas, Hercules, whatever you name it, is coming from Ludhiana. Every cycle is made from Ludhiana. Or think about China, which is one of the biggest industrial manufacturers, make so many products to send them. That's why it's so expensive. The system that is being followed right now is a centralized system, right? There's one producer, and from there, things go to different people. But when you think about craft, it's a very decentralized system, right? Whichever state in India you go, there is textile, there is pottery, there is, brooms is also a craft. How do you sweep? Broom is also a craft. When I was in Chhattisgarh, I saw brooms which had weaves. They're palm leaves which are woven. But when I was in Madhya Pradesh, the whole palm leaf was used as a broom, right? But we don't associate that to a craft because we don't associate broom to an aesthetic quality because it's our concept of aesthetic and our belief of what looks beautiful, right? So this decentralized method that is there in our country, that whichever nation you go, wherever you go, there is terracotta, there is textile, right? There is brooms, whatever you name it. And that's why the village was thriving. So when we speak about thriving, now we might think craft is so utilitarian. that it solves a purpose, right? Then why this embroidery? Why do we want to make it look beautiful? If we are thinking about craft that only serves a utility, why we are going into aesthetics? Does anyone want to say? Please feel free.
One minute, Pushkala.
Aesthetics, I feel they are identity of that particular land.
Okay. Cool. So, yes, I agree. Aesthetic is an identity, and identity is a necessity, right? So when I was in Kutch, where there are people with a lot of mirrors, right? And I was thinking, why so many mirrors? And later, the purpose was because you're walking far off in the desert, you don't know who it is. And this mirror reflects light and you can see a person or you can identify, right? There's Ajrak print. Again, if you're thinking about identity, you guys know about Ajrak? Yeah, Ajrak is a process of making like a cloth. It's a block print. And it has several stages. There are natural dyes, and you go through a boiling and creating the natural dye, and it's very scientific in that case, right? But if you want to create an aesthetic, why are we thinking about such a process that is so difficult to figure out and takes such long time? This was the question that I traveled with when I was traveling around the country. This proves that craft is not utilitarian, that it was not for survival. Imagine us, when we were struggling to get a job, right, or to settle in life and to have a balanced income, we were not having big dreams. We were thinking of survival. We will start thinking of owning things that is beyond our necessity is when we can, when we have that comfort, when we have an eye for, oh, this might look good in my house, not just utility. Right? Craft solved the purpose of having a utilitarian life, which went into thinking about what might look good, what might children enjoy. I think there are some fishes floating around in the audience somewhere. Right? They don't have a utilitarian purpose. Who has the fish? Someone has a fish. Yeah. So this is a fish from Raghurajpur, right? Is it a craft? Does it have a utility? Does it solve any problem or purpose? Right? But it's a craft, right? So we are talking beyond utility. Craft spoke beyond utility, right? It is our concept that we think it always solved a purpose. Yes, it did, but it was beyond. And that is the proof why India was thriving. It is not just the wealth we had. Wealth and having these assets and asset management, all this are so colonial because they came from kingdoms, they came from rulers. But 80% of the world were villagers, they were common people. They were handling their life on a daily basis, right? But craft is something that was maintaining the circularity, keeping the carbon footprint low, sustainable. People can exchange, people can barter and maintain that balance, right? So, the Founded Edit is one of our projects at Samayam, and here we work with found objects from craft, because we think crafts is one of the place and one of our roots where we come from, and we use found objects to tell about stories, to tell about people, to tell about communities, like some objects that you guys have. I think everyone has one object. It's coming from a different place in India. It's from different people, it tells about different stories. Also, I'll collect these objects back, they're very close to me. So I think someone might have iron blocks. Yeah, do you want to guess what it is? But for what? Printing what? No. Think. I think there are 2-3 people with the iron blocks. Yes, sir. Do you want to guess what it might be? cloth. So it's actually for jewelry. So yeah, now you think of your rings and the patterns that it has, right? Some might have wooden, a turned wood. Yeah, that's not turned, but yeah. Do you want to guess what it is? There's another half of it. Who has a metal, it's like a cylinder. Yeah. You both go together. That's actually a bell. So these are copper bells from Kutch. No, not that bell. You have a half part and you have half part. So these bells actually come from Kutch, where they're actually called copper bells, and they use it for buffaloes. Because we don't know where the buffaloes are going. But they're so scientific that today those craftsmen can create an octane out of these bells, and only by hearing they can do an octane. So back in time, these bells were created for animals, and the animals used to understand their herd. And the animals, like Maldhari, the shepherd, he understands the sound and he can identify his herd, right? Someone might have a turned wood with aluminium caps on it. Yeah, do you want to guess what it is? Does someone wants to guess what it is? Catch. There's actually something that goes into the ear of a camel to which it is tied. So this is from Pushkar. It's a new one, don't worry. But it's from Pushkar, right? So, and there are some embroidery patches from Kutch. So similarly, I embarked on this journey like a year back, thinking about objects and thinking about lifestyle and thinking about communities, where I came across this. So the first thing I did was I picked it up and I was like, you know, what might it be? Someone wants to take a guess? Sorry? I want to tell you that everyone knows what this is. Okay.
You put it around a sapling to make sure it grows straight.
You're making a new craft. I want to tell you that everyone knows what this is.
Modern? Sorry? It's a model cover. A bottle cover. Right.
From
chimney. A
like
pipe,
at home?
the chimney pipe.
Where do you see it? On the hut? I love what you're saying. I love what you're saying, and I'll get back to you. Sorry? Beautiful, beautiful. These are actually roof tiles, right? These are roof tiles. Beautiful.
Fantastic.
But now there is question number 2. I didn't tie these together. I found these tied. It's not like I took 2 tiles and tied them together. I found this object as it is. Now do you want to guess what it is? Cool, we'll get to it. So the founded edit works with stories and objects because a story is the shortest distance between 2 people and an object is the shortest story, right? So this is actually, it's called Nala. It's from Kutch as well. And it's used as a chimney, but not at home, but in a batti called Nimbado. So unlike the kilns that we see today, which are made like from cement or electric kilns. These are pit kilns, which is in the form of a triangle, and it's called a nimbado. And that's Ismail Kaka, who I work closely with, and he's creating the batti. Can you see it? And this is somewhere the chimney is, right? It traps, it's so scientific that this burning, so that the fire is put here, and the fire travels slowly for 3 days to reach here, right? And that is called nimbado, and it's very, very specific to Kutch. The triangle is very specific to Kutch. So this is like a cross-section of the nimbado. This is the pit, and this is like the wood and the branches. This is like arranged terracotta pots, and this is kachra, which is essentially gobar, poop, mixed with twigs, leaves, and this is where the chimney is. And this is the only place where the smoke escapes from. So now you know what this is. So now you know what you can connect to. But this also speaks about terracotta, it speaks about Indus Valley, it speaks about human beings. And why and how and where we reached here, because this was what was happening before industrialization. And there is a nimbado and a kind of nimbado in every state of India. Everyone had their own way of creating a kiln. And it was so local that they didn't have to depend. They had maintained the circularity, right? So from this, we created a lamp, which looks like this. I wish these lights were off. But it is basically the same metaphor that we wanted to create of the smoke rising up by shooting the light upwards. And we call it the Nalia lamp. It's too bright to see, but this is how essentially the lamp looks. So this is one of the projects that we are doing called the Founded Edit, where we are working with different found objects around the country, work with decentralized craftsmen and decentralized systems and generationally skilled craftsmen to bring stories into life, right? To talk about people, to talk about communities, to talk about stories, and to talk about our roots. So welcome to the world of narrative product design, where you can connect, you can build an emotion, you know why the product exists at your home, and what is the story behind it. So, few things. So there's another lamp called Cactus. These are ceramics from Agra, and the place where these ceramics are made is very close to the Rajasthan's desert, so we wanted to metaphor and create cactus out of it, and this is how it looks at night. This is called a flower. It's from Etikopaka, which is turned wood, created from natural color. It's actually sindoor mixed with lacquer. And the lac now comes from Kolkata. And the lac is a centralized system today because Kolkata is the only place which makes lac. So lac is a gum produced by an organism, and it's collected and processed to become lacquer. And that comes to Etikopaka, which is very close from here. And that's boiled and mixed with the color to create like a crayon, right? And that's applied on a wood that is turning. So there's a flower, and the idea behind this flower was to speak about development, actually. We were working with this craftsman called Manikanta, and he was speaking about how we want to grow. All of us want to grow. But he says, when we grow, we become big, and that puts us off balance and we fall. So when we make this lamp, we'll make it straight. But it has to signify what people need to change and think about development and growth, that you need to maintain that balance. So it is a story that is very personal to him, which we try to create a tangible product out of. So that's Manikanta, who's turning wood. And this is actually a material library which we made to understand what all objects go into the craft, right? What makes the craft, and where do these objects come from? And Manikanta was surprised to see so many tools and objects himself. So this also makes me speak about our process, our way of approach of designing things, and how do we design things? What do we think of when we are designing things? And especially when you're going to a village, you're always an outsider. How do you interact with them? How do you build that relationship? How do you build that connection, right? And it takes time. I was here for like 1-2 weeks trying to understand, eating meals with them, doing different things to build that relationship, right? So there's also to go against the modern industrial design process, which, yeah, where, like I studied design, but I was trained when I go to a corporate to create a trimmer or a microwave for people who already have a trimmer and microwave. And the trimmer and microwave that I design has to break down in 5 years. If not, people won't buy a new trimmer and microwave, right? And I was like very disconnected. So I worked in a corporate for 3 days and I moved out of there. And I started to travel around the country looking where I could find design. And I think this is where I was finding design, like design thinking at its core. Someone wants to guess what this is? It's very easy. Yeah. So it's a shuttle from weaving, this goes as the horizontal thread carrying, and this actually is a symbol of one unit thread, like a one warp and one weft. So it's just a symbol, it's just a metaphor for that. Yeah, so this is Varkala Venkatesh Garu, who we work with in Pochampalli. And he was telling us stories, and we wanted to reflect those stories and take a tangible form so that people can have at their home, so that they can have a moment to connect back, to connect to roots, and to connect to the story behind craft beyond its aesthetic and beauty. So it's time to disrupt ways of making and consuming. Thank you. This is Shri Tej. I'm co-founder of Studio Samayam, and we work with narrative product design and decentralized craftsmen in India with generationally skilled craft people. Thank you.
All right, lovely, lovely. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people have a lot of questions, but I'll start. I'm pretty sure. I just want to warm the audience before they throw in a lot of questions. So, Shri, yeah, we need to collect the objects back because this is the result of a lot of hard work and a lot of travel. So all the artifacts that were distributed initially will have to be collected back. Thank you. So, Shri, you travel a lot, and the worst question to ask is asking you to rank places in terms of art. So I'm not going to do that. But share an aha moment where you saw something and you were mind blown, and it kind of changed the way you looked at things after that.
I think when I was traveling initially, I was looking for craft, right? I wanted to see arts and craft, how it was around the country. But I think slowly I started thinking about people, right? And I slowly disconnected from craft, because essentially we are thinking about people, right? And it was kind of given to me that craft is there only, wherever you go, craft will be there. Like, we put a trip once a year, craft is like craft, right? But I've been on the move for 1.5 years, seeing craft everywhere. So I think Ismail Kaka was one of the most beautiful people I met in my life, and who also changed a little bit of my thinking. Just looking at him, how simple he was, and thinking about his practice, right? So he put me through a small story of his when he was in Dubai, and how he was working, and he was earning, but he told me that he was earning and he could send money, but maza nahi aa raha hai. Like he was in Dubai, but maza nahi aa raha hai. So now he works in a small shed. He practices pottery as a full-time potter in Lodai. The place is called Lodai in Kutch. And I think that spoke to me about passion, yeah. Like, maza aana chahiye. I think whatever we are doing, maza aana chahiye. So I think Ismail Kaka was a turning point in my life, to be honest.
Lovely. That's a fabulous takeaway. Maza aana chahiye. Right. Another question coming your way.
Thank you for the speech. It's very eye-opening, the narrative product. So what I was thinking is like, if you observe, most of the crafts in India are like close to extinct. Like, I don't know, like the next generation, whether take it up for craft, because if you observe the whole modernization, industrialization coming up, I've seen myself like some of the pottery people, they're not getting married also. If you observe like the whole community, they're not getting married, they're shifting the fields. So right now, I'm very happy that you from a design college, going from like each and every craft, exploring the craft, that's very inspiring. Even I have done my master's in design at Ahmedabad. Then I was interested, then like this is one of the very much, even I want to shift. Even I want to do something good to the like community, how to do. I feel more designers should come into this craft, motivate them. What do you feel like, like if you convert a craft into a product, or like take the motive or like something, what do you feel about it? How can you take it forward? How can the craft can be sustained? They can feel proud about the craft, so that it is like their livelihood, and take it a business out of it, earn from it, like proudly say this is my craft, and the next generation also can continue with that craft.
I'll approach it in two ways. First, I think there are many organizations in India who are trying to do this, and they're very good at it. Some people are very good at it. They really work with the craftsmen to bring out their craft and create a livelihood and spread about the craft around India and around the world. Second, this I want to feel proud about my craft is our thing, sir. Because craftsmen were doing craft because that was their life. We approach it as a thing from our privilege to say we need to save them. It's actually it's from our side, right? It's not from their side. There are many people who are doing craft because that's what they know, right? Is it your responsibility to save them? Let's be honest. You are in a system where what craft used to do is being done by another product, right? And you can afford to buy a different product when this spoils, right? And you don't lose much, right? So the essential thing about craft, if it needs to survive, it's actually education, right? For craft to survive, it is not the craft to survive. It is our concepts that needs to change, right? It's our concepts, that the way we think, the way we want our children to think, right? The way we want our education system to be designed, the way we kind of want to study for what, right? It is a system. Like once we start looking at things on a systemic level, that's when things will change, right? If you take a Pochampalli sari and go start buying, selling, you're not changing the system, right? Once you stop, the trade will stop and he is back, right? If we really want to create change, we need to think on a systems level, right? Like in a full circle. What is connecting to what? What is connecting to what? Why am I choosing the products that I choose? So one thing that if anyone wants to take away from today is identify one system in your life, in your everyday. It can be your clothes, it can be water, it can be your food, it can be your cosmetics, it can be textile, something, and create a small change in your system, right? And that small change will connect to saving of craft, because it will make you think of your roots. It will make you think of what was better more than utility, right? You'll start thinking more about you and your fellows, right? We are in an age where we think so much as individuals and so much as becoming perfect that we forgot what community means, right? What human race means or what humanity means. Like we want to grow, we want to develop. We are in a very competitive and comparative place, right? Once we start looking at things in a system, we'll understand that when you and like 4 or 5 people around you have the same set of beliefs, and there's an exchange of those beliefs, and there's a lifestyle created, that's when some change can be created.
Fantastic. I mean, one case for all of us to look at is what Prada did with Kolhapuri chappals in the recent past. I think that's one case all of us, maybe we need to read about that as well. Right. Any more questions? Any more interesting? Yeah.
So, yes. Oh, by the way, the Prada thing, I think, was just the beginning. We had seen a lot more after that. Okay, first of all, I would like to say that your view of sustainability that you just said, it's a circle, that's something new that I've heard. See, I am from the design field. I'm a fashion designer, and I'm also working as a lecturer. So I kind of be with this young generation a lot. So, well, there is a conflicting opinion that I keep hearing, and I'm myself in that situation. I can't go here, I can't go there. So some say that if you take this craft, if we revive this craft and take it to a global level, the craft dies. It becomes a business. Whereas some say that it's important to give our craft to the world so that world knows that we exist. What's your take on that?
I think they are very two different questions, right? Because one is, like, I think one thing that you're asking about is craft being global, and you think if craft becomes global, it dies, right? That's one thing that you said. Okay, we'll approach that. So this is what I think. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. It's not about craft dies, but I feel that if you take it to a global level, it becomes business and not a craft.
Yeah. Okay. So business, right? Also called vyapar, right? So today it's one of the only ways of survival, right? What we think as business, I think business is a lot more. All of us are doing business. It's exchange, right? It exchange for value, which is little more. Like you buy something for 10 rupees and sell for 10 rupees, you won't be alive. You say buy for something for 10 rupees and sell for 12 rupees, right? And that something can be an object or knowledge or songs or some object or some product, any kind of thing, right? And this is the age of business, right? We are teaching, but in some way, if you look at it, that's also business. You're part of a system again, and the system is about business, right? If we really want to educate, we came from a place of education where we had Vedic Pathshalas and all these things which were good and like very maintained and balanced. But today we know that it is a business, and I don't think business needs to be looked at in a negative way, right? I think it's very stereotypical to look at business as a negative way because that's how it's portrayed, right? But we are all part of a system, and that system is doing business. The thing is, how do you do it, right? We are actually an international studio. It's like Studio Samyam is based out of India and Netherlands. So as much as I speak here, there's a person also speaking about Indian craft and about trade and colonization in the Netherlands. And the Dutch people are listening to it, right? And there are different reasons for this. But I don't think craft is already a business. That's how things be alive. And once you look at craft not just as an artistic thing, but it's part of a bigger system, you'll understand that system is actually surviving only on the business. So what you can do or what someone can do is how do you do it? Right? Even in our business model, what we do is for every product, even if this is a found object, right? Like this is not something that we are sitting and designing with the craftsman, right? This lamp sells for some euros or something in Netherlands, but it comes for some like little money from Kutch, right? And he is not making it specifically for us. And we can choose not to have any reason but to just take this roof tiles and make a lamp. But our business model has a percentage of money that goes back to the craftsman, right? It's like a copyright thing because his roof tiles is the idea, right? The chimney is the idea. And what we are also trying to essentially sell is the story. Like we want this product to become so insignificant at home that people who sit around it start with Nalia but start talking about terracotta, Ismail by, Indus Valley and what terracotta means and why did we reach and why did we need terracotta, right? So those are the conversations and those are the ideological changes that we aim for, right? It's more than craft, right? So will it become a business? Ma'am, it's already a business, right? I think we need to accept it.
That's a fabulous way to answer the question, and thank you so much for saying that it's time we break the stereotype because all of us belong to a culture where we have a goddess of wealth. That means generating wealth and value is a part of our ecosystem. There is nothing to be ashamed of that. This borrowed idea of wealth is bad, wealth generators are bad, is an outside concept. Thank you so much for so beautifully accepting that.
Yeah, I think you had a second one. You had a second one?
No, I said there is a conflicting opinion where some say that if you take it to global, it becomes business, and some say that it's important to represent our craft on a global stage.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think more people know about the system and the craft as a system and craft as a lifestyle. I think it's also dependent on how you say it, right, and what you say to people. How do you portray craft? Do you portray it as an aesthetic or as a utility or as a concept or what, right? So the person who's taking the craft to the global is more important than what the craft is, right? So if you want to check up on that, don't check on the craft. Check on the people who are taking it. What are they telling? How are they selling? What do they want to tell people? Yeah.
So if I was to summarize, you're saying to save the art, we need to save the artists. Focus on the artist and the art will find ways to survive. Focus on the artist and the art will find ways to survive.
Focus on the person who's taking the art.
Right.
Right?
That's
the
the artist.
Craftsman, it's very rare that the craftsman himself takes the art. There is a middleman. Right? To be honest, here I am the middleman.
Correct.
Right? So think about me. Right? I am doing business. Right?
Correct.
So how am I doing the business? What are my ethics? What are my principles? Look at me. Right? Because this is a world where middlemen are doing things. Let's agree to that.
Correct.
Right? So if we want to talk about things and how to change things, see and look at those middlemen. How are they approaching it? Right? If you want to invest in something, you're not investing in the craft. Craft will be there. Okay? You're investing in this middleman. You're thinking what he is. How is he approaching craft? Right? So, yeah, I think those are the people we need to think about.
Very interesting. There's a little girl who has a question for you.
The things you made, like you just made lamps, you just invented some things. Like the one thing that you love to invent, and after did it, you just made it, you invented it, you felt, wow, I just did so good, it's looking so good, I just loved it. You was feeling amazing after doing that work.
Yeah, so I did have those moments where I was very amazed and I was like, wow. And especially with Nalia, right? This lamp is very close to me. Because this lamp is close to me because this lamp reminds me of Ismail Kaka, right? Ismail Bhai is close to me. That's what it means to me. And I made this, it was beautiful, but I think a wow moment that I had was when I video called Ismail Kaka's daughter, because Ismail Kaka doesn't have a smartphone. And then I showed him the lamp. And he was like, "Arey Shri, ye to bahut mast bana hai," right? And that's when I got like, oh, wow, nice, you know?
Right, nice. Okay. Right, a few more questions. We have time for one more. One more question from the audience. Okay. Right, and I think it's very obvious. It was so amazing to connect with you, Sri Tej. May you get all the time, all the energy to travel across. May you find a lot more Ismail Kakas in your life. And through those connections, you end up creating many more interesting products that not just come across as a utility item, but then it comes with the bundle of stories, its significance, its history, and everything bundled up into one. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sri Tej for this fabulous talk. And it did feel like a conversation, and I love this format. And another thing that I learned from Sri Tej is keep hydrating, keep drinking water whenever you get a chance. Right? Thank you so much, Sri Tej. Right? I would request Saram to please join us on stage, because the only thing we could do is say a thank you for the time and effort that you invested. On the stage, please. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Tej delivering a talk right here at Hyd Art 2025, happening right here at Eon, presented by Navnami. Thank you so much. Annapurna, how could we have an artist on stage without Annapurna joining us, right? Okay. So if you have to be an artist, there has to be some level of madness you need to demonstrate, and and that's what you see on stage very often. All right. Once again, thank you so much. It was absolutely eye-opening. And I'm pretty sure a lot of us, once we go back, we're going to look at objects not as just objects. We're going to maybe look at it as craft and the story that it represents. So thank you so much. It's lovely to see all of you here. Right? And another group photo with me, without me. We'll do all those combinations. Ismail is his friend. Come, he'll be your friend. Know him yet. Right. So, pretty sure he must be getting some stuff. Right. So, I'm pretty sure all the people who saw through would have known the fact that the eccentricity is extremely important. To suddenly, for a year and a half, can't live within the framework, some framework that somebody drew it up for themselves, and follow that and find your own passion. That's never going to happen. So thank you for following your eccentricity, and I'm glad that you also have somebody talking about art in Netherlands in the same length and breadth. And that's the kind of service that you're extending for the whole ecosystem. Thank you so much. Could you put your hands together for Sritej, everybody, please? Right. Thank you. Okay, now I'm also going to set the foundation, the pillars who support Naveen Garu. Requesting RNK, KK Garu, Naveen Garu and Satish Garu to please join us on stage. And Amit ji to please join us on stage. Right, ready? And the reveal of... the idea is pretty simple. You want to experience luxury? Don't go to Dubai. Invest in Meghalaya. That's the whole idea. सचिन जी, नंबर ऑफ फ्लोर सही लगाए हैं ना? कम तो नहीं कर दिया? ज्यादा कर? हाँ बस चलेगा. बिकॉज मार्केटिंग टीम को अगर बोलोगे कि बस सब कुछ सही है, बस 2 फ्लोर कम हो गए, बस मार्केटिंग टीम नहीं मानेगा, फिर से बनवाएगा ये.
ज्यादा आ गया तो ड्यूप्ले बना देंगे.
Hey, right. That's how we do it, don't we? Right, ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to Sachin Karat coming all the way from Solapur, participating in Hyd Art 2025 and creating something that Team Navnami will remember forever. Right, so once again, thank you so much for joining us for the talk and also this cute little presentation. Feel free to walk around. The artists are around, the art is around. And let me tell you, when you're able to connect the art with the artist, that's when it becomes all the more special. Talk to the artists who are standing around. They'll share their interpretation, understand yours, and that's how we make art absolutely personal. So once again, thank you for joining us at Hyd Art 2025, happening at Eon Hyderabad for the very first time, presented by Navnami Group. And this is going to become a ritual, and I want all of you to become a part of it. Thank you so much. Music.
Descansar, sonhar, silêncio.